try to see. Because when I see the person say start with, the end with this card, it starts with that.
So, presentation please. And you can
I don't know. I don't understand the IT jargon.
Who said that?
Technician.
This is the class?
Hello? Did you get the technician?
Yeah, she's here.
Alright, dial the same IP address, but instead of .25, dial .31 instead.
That's what?
Alright, instead of dialing 196.3.7.25, dial 196.3.7.31.
Okay.
Alright.
We're just waiting. So you can't hear me? We have to give them a seat. Okay, so Dixon, can I just call it back and someone?
Yeah, but I don't have their
So that we don't lose time. I want you to read this and I had certain questions. So just read for general understanding. Ask the questions. Let me see if we understand.
Yeah, well, this is Craig from Mona. Did I get the IP address for the correct? Here. That's Fokum.
Hi, Deborah and Regina, are you hearing me?
Yes, miss.
Yes, in order to ensure that we can complete all that we have to do today, please start reading the Craig article. I emailed it to you.
Yes,
It's
miss.
just about 3 pages, so start reading it and just get a general idea as some, read it for understanding. Then I have some questions to ask. And you can, all right, that should take about 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. Bye. Thanks.
They're still.
Oh. So they're not calling off
Oh, they just did.
or on the new one? So I can start? Oh, okay, I did not know. So I can start so why am I not seeing them? Huh?
Because it's being recorded.
Oh, it's being recorded now.
Right, so when they say something, the screen, you see them.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So, can I have who's the laptop? Sharice?
Who's there?
I'm gonna know I want the Western Campus Jamaica to see the board.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Darren and Regina, are you seeing the board? Because that's what we are doing today. Our topic is the characteristics and language needs of our students. And initially we'll be looking at the language needs and then what are the implications for teaching. Alright? So, no, you can pause reading because you're going to read parts of it later on. But I want you to listen now to this audio clip. And here is what I want you to listen for. So jot this down somewhere if you have your notebook and paper. Right, I want you to listen out for 4 things. This is just a 3 to 4 minute audio. One is, where is this taking place? Which country are they referring to? And what languages does the person mention, the person who is being interviewed, what languages? And what are the characteristics of students in this particular country? And finally, what are the differences and similarities with the Jamaican context? So those 4 things you're going to look at. So, which country are we talking about? What languages do they speak in this country? What are the characteristics of students? And to what extent is this similar or different? The language situation is similar or different from Jamaica. Alright, so we listen to 3 minutes of this audio recording.
We are recording now, and we're looking at the language situation biography of Mr. Funcham.
Okay, Funcham Elias Kimber is my name. I come from Mbendi in the English-speaking part of Cameroon. After secondary school, ending with the ordinary level, in which I passed in English language, advanced level papers, among which was English language. I did 3 years in university, in which I did a combined honors in English language and literature. Thereafter, that's from 1986 to 1988, I did a postgraduate diploma in English language and literature, and I've been teaching both subjects for the past 25 years and marking advanced level English literature, or what we now call in Cameroon literature in English, that prepares students for entry to university.
Okay, thank you. And the next question, what is the language situation in Cameroon? Can you describe that for us?
Yes, because Cameroon passed through many colonial masters. First of all, the occupants of Cameroon were the Portuguese, so they introduced a little bit of the Portuguese language. But the first colonial masters of Cameroon were the Germans. And so German was the official language of Cameroon for quite some time, until after the World War, when the Germans were sent out of their occupied territories and Cameroon was partitioned into 2. One part of Cameroon was governed under Nigeria and now had the English language as their second language, or what became their own official language, and one was governed by France, and so they had French as their official language. After independence and reunification in 1961, Cameroon became a bilingual state. So Cameroon has 2 official languages, but the Cameroonian students, or the average Cameroonian, has challenges that go beyond that. We have about 285 indigenous vernaculars, and some of it is actually written, some are unwritten. Then the street language, market language, you may call it that way, is Pidgin. Pidgin, drawn from an adulterated version of the English language, is used in the English-speaking part of Cameroon. So before stepping into formal education, a Cameroonian child faces the challenge of a mother tongue, which is an indigenous African language, then Pidgin, which he or she uses with the peers, and then English language that you have to learn from primary school, and that's the medium of learning. And somewhere along the line, you are obliged to also learn French. And so you come out actually multilingual, mastering about 4 languages.
Okay, thank you. And the next one, what are some of the challenges of teaching English in this multilingual context? Can you just identify the broad categories and then go in detail into a few?
Yes, we have social factors, economic factors, political factors, natural factors that impede or in sometimes influence the teaching of the language, especially the English language in Cameroon.
Continue.
So among the things that could affect.
Okay, and that's it. So that's just 3.5 minutes of the clip, and I think it was clear to me. Robin, was it clear?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. Dario, Regina, was that clear?
Parts of it, miss.
Parts of it. Okay, well, hopefully more than 50% of it was clear. Okay, so the first question. So let me get some feedback on the questions that I have. Let me hear from the Western WJC first. What languages, and then I'll have Robin talk about the characteristics of these students.
All right, so we heard about the speech community of Cameroon.
Right.
And some of the languages that were mentioned were German, English, French. But that's what I heard. I heard three. And I'm thinking that since it's Cameroon, African languages are going to come into play.
Okay, so you didn't hear that part?
No.
Okay, so let Robin, since you're special, Robin, what are some of the well, first of all, let's back up. Do we all know where Cameroon is located?
Somewhere in continental Africa.
Somewhere in continental Africa. You know, east, west? Okay, Western Africa, it's like very close to Nigeria. It's in the what they call those armpit countries. Those countries that come right on it's almost like an armpit. Right, so it's very close to Nigeria. It's smaller than Nigeria. Close. So it's in West Africa. All right. Robin, what were some of the languages he mentioned?
English, German, French.
Right. And in the past, way back when, a little bit of Portuguese, but I'm not so sure if that has lasted. Okay. And what else? There's some other languages.
He mentions that there is also over 285 vernaculars.
Are you hearing, Robin?
Yes, okay.
Right, so 285 indigenous vernaculars, and what else? There's another language.
And pidgin used among the teenagers to talk to each other.
Right, and pidgin, which is used not only among teenagers, but children. Children use it. So we have all these languages. So we have the languages of the colonial masters, right? And we have 285 indigenous languages, depending on which section we're in Cameroon. And then we have what the children speak and eventually adults speak, the pidgin, right? So how does he describe this Cameroonian child? What is this child coming in with? What are the language? What are I listed 4 different languages that they either know or must learn in all. Let me hear WJC.
The characteristics of the students?
Yes.
Well, I heard something about the children.
They are basically
Yeah.
they are conflicts. These.
Well, they don't know.
Okay, you didn't hear much then. You didn't hear much. Okay, so Robin will respond. So Cameroonian child enter school with? He
Okay,
mentions
the current
characteristics.
Cameroonian child enters school with knowing over or being exposed to over 285 vernaculars.
No, no. There are 285 vernaculars in Cameroon. But a child doesn't necessarily know all of those. They might know their mother tongue.
Yeah, the mother tongue and
Right.
the pidgin. Right, the mother tongue and the pidgin.
The mother tongue, no man. The mother tongue, and they come with also the pidgin. And what are the school languages that they're learning?
English, French.
English and French, right?
Really?
So they are dealing with 4 varieties or 4 languages that they know the child must kind of struggle through in order to become competent at an academically proficient level with regards to English in particular and French. Now, how is this similar or different to the Jamaican experience?
Well,
Anybody
like,
can answer.
similarly to the Jamaican experience, they have a mother tongue. They have something that Jamaican Creole. They have their Fiji,
And then there's
and then there is an official language that they often learn, or there are the official languages they learn. We need to learn
And how-
English.
Right. So in that way, it's
so
similar.
the same, yeah, and the same same conflicts, the same, yeah.
Struggle.
Sorry, I'm not hearing you so clearly.
No, I'm saying with what you call it, Fiji is like what?
Their Creole.
Yeah, it's like basically their Creole. It's the same conflicts with us learning English and basically growing up speaking Creole, Jamaican Creole. So they have the same conflicts with
Have
the
the
two
same
languages.
challenges that our
The
students have
challenge,
here.
that's the word I was looking for. Yeah.
Right. So
Same
they have the
challenge.
same challenges, and it's their challenges are compounded because they have an African mother tongue, one of 285. Then they have a pidgin, which he calls like a market language, right? In Jamaica, what we are referring to as our mother tongue is Creole, and there are different varieties of it, right? And then now, they have it more difficult. They have it in a sense. They have a little bit more challenge because not only are they learning English, but they must learn French. Whereas Spanish here is optional, to some extent people they would like it to become, for everybody to be speaking it as their foreign language. There they must learn French because the larger portion of Cameroon is actually French speaking. So those children have to be bilingual in order to be successful. And the same argument you're making here that our students, in order to be successful, must become bilingual, having their own mother tongue, which is Creole, but also being competent in English. Alright, we're going to move on to PowerPoint presentation, and we're going to break in that PowerPoint presentation to read the Craig article. Okay, that's a key reading. So let me get the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so determining the language goals. Alright. Sorry, Shadian, I need them to see the PowerPoint. Please. Right, but I have a PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, the blank screen
Why?
on the remote.
How much do?
bring on the thing like bring on the screen.
All right. Regina, Derry, are you seeing this? Hello?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good. All right, in terms of the languages used around the world, in terms of quantity, in terms of the power of a language, in terms of the number of speakers, Mandarin, of course, is the highest, followed by English and Hindi. And you can read in your own time the ranks of the ranking of the other countries. All right. Now, because English is number 2, right? It still has a very high status, even though losing a little bit of ground to Mandarin. Now, the implication is that the question is no longer the dominance of English or monolingualism. We have diverging Englishes, and Robin had alluded to that. So, in the previous session, we have Englishes in quotes now being used around the world, and English is seen as a critical second language in many countries, and in particular Asia, right? China, India, and Southeast Asia. And of course, Mandarin Chinese is the fastest growing foreign and second language. And we all know why, right? Because of their powerful industries. Closer to home, given that context and the importance of English, we have a mandate in order to be competent English language teachers. And at a policy level, CARICOM governments met in 1993 and said, well, what do we want, how do we want to teach our students English? What kind of competence do we want them to have? And they came up with a number of points, briefly. They wanted to ensure that by age 10, children are competent in the use of the official language of their country at an age-appropriate level. And I don't know to what extent you think we are achieving this in Jamaica. So I want to open up that question. To what extent are we achieving that in Jamaica?
Let me think about it.
I know you're multitasking, you know, Robin. But
No,
at
it
least-
doesn't. I'm just giving them the opportunity. All right, go ahead. What's the question?
The question is, to what extent in Barbuda, the proposal for CARICOM was that by age 10, children should be competent in the use of the official language of their country. So to what extent are we in Jamaica achieving that end?
Extent.
That minimal will improve.
Sorry? I'm not hearing you.
I'm saying to a minimal extent, in my estimation.
Some minimal what evidence do you have to suggest that it's minimal?
All right. Well, I know there's an influx to primary schools in the city, but that doesn't. The first thing is children. It doesn't matter what we want to think and what we would love to see. Most of our children, they speak Creole. They're native Creole speakers. And the only time they're actually getting any exposure to English language is when they're going to school. Even though we have a number of them entering infant schools, a lot of them still don't, they still don't become competent, linguistically competent in the official language of the country. Even if they are small, it's still not too, in comparison to other areas.
Okay. So, thank you. So, Regina, do you agree with that? So, it's a minimal Only minimally are we achieving that. Agreed, Regina, Rob, and Robin?
Yeah, I agree that it's to a minimal extent because.
I just want to agree or disagree.
Okay, yeah.
Robin?
I'm wondering, are you talking about in terms of they're being able to write in standard English or they're being able to speak in standard English? Because,
That's a good question.
Because in my mind, the two are not the same.
Okay.
There are many students who are able to not speak the language, but they're able to write it, especially boys.
Okay.
They find that boys deliberately don't speak standard English because of all the other things.
Okay.
But they are able to write it. And then the reverse is true in many instances where some people are able to write it, but
They can't speak it as well.
Speak it
Okay.
as well. So,
Interesting point of view. Right. So you have to, in order to substantiate that, you have to find evidence.
right.
Some
right.
research
Some
to
research, right.
to support your point. Either way, okay. So moving on, one of the things that CARICOM from 1993, they said we have to recognize all the languages in each society, right? And we must see multilingualism as a positive attribute, just as in Cameroon, right? You have indigenous language, your Pidgin, you're learning English and you're learning French. Similarly in Jamaica, we have our mother tongue Creole, we're learning English, and hopefully another foreign language such as Spanish. So that was at the elementary level. At the secondary level now, this is where all of you teach and higher. They must be able to use the English language with competence in different situations and for a variety of purposes. So now this is looking at fine-tuning English and looking at the different registers you can have in English, and also the place of Creole. In which situations is it more appropriate to speak Creole than English? And they should be able to use and understand a linguistically valid script for representing the Creole-related vernaculars of their communities. Have we done that latter part?
The last point?
The last point. I mean, have we... Yes, the latter point, because it has to do with a valid script. They must understand a linguistically valid script for representing Creole. Do you think we have achieved that?
The students?
Students, yeah, this is for the students. We want to produce secondary school graduates who can.
Understand that. No, I don't think so, because there's little to any accommodation for Creole, for the Creole speaking context. Most times when it is done, it is not done in any serious way. It's like you use Creole to joke, for jokes, and not for critical and serious discussions. So I don't think that they have been given the latitude to actually see, to be able to linguistically understand a valid script. If I'm interpreting this thing correctly.
So this assumes, you're going a little ahead, but what this assumes is that there is an orthography, a spelling system for Creole. And in some islands, they have that, some islands not, they don't have it. And in Jamaica, they finally come up with the Jamaica Language Unit Cassidy system, but it's not popularized as yet. But
well, when I told my students that there is something as Jamaican Standard Creole, and they laugh, and I said, yes, there is. It's just that because it has not been institutionalized, white people don't know about it.
Yes, yes. All right, so now they came up with an ideal Caribbean person. Who is this person? Right, and they said, and I'm tired of talking, so I'll have Regina or Dario read so that you can participate. Can you just read that clip? So this is in 1998 in Montego Bay. The ideal Caribbean person should be one who...
But I'm not seeing all of it. Anyways, hold on. Demonstrates multiple literacies. Go across the screen. Hold on. Miss, hold on. The screen is kind of... She don't know what she's doing with this IT.
It's going fast. Hold on, Regina. Oops, it's gone.
Okay. Demonstrates multiple literacies, independence and
Hold on.
critical thinking,
Question.
You see, this is counting because we have to be going back and forth with the screen to see it.
Demonstrate multiple literacies, independent and critical thinking. Questions the belief and practices of. Hold on. Ha! You got
See?
me.
Oh,
If you can't see the screen properly.
We have to be using the remote to go back and forth to see everything. It's
Sorry.
okay.
Miss, could you allow Craig to kind of fix the screen, please? It's big for us, so we're unable to get all of the.
It's too big, so they can't see the entire text.
Alright, go now.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
So-
Demonstrate. You want me to read it still?
Yes.
Okay. Demonstrate literacy.
Robin, let Robin read.
Oh, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Robin.
Okay. The ideal Caribbean person should be one who demonstrates multiple literacies, independent and critical thinking, questions the beliefs and practices of past and present, and brings this to bear on the innovative application of science and technology to problem solving.
Right. And so, as a teacher, as a teacher, you're thinking of, as an English language, multiple literacy, right? Whether it is in Creole, in English, using technology, that's another level to it. All right. Now in Jamaica, so that was a Caribbean-wide perspective. Now focusing on home in Jamaica, the aim in the Rose curriculum, and are you familiar with the Rose curriculum, Robin?
I think I did Rose.
You did Rose, okay. Regina Derio, are you familiar with the Rose curriculum?
I'm not.
Nope.
No? Okay. So Rose was the reform of secondary education, and it was in the late 1990s that they wanted to upgrade many of the all-age schools or the primary junior high to become high schools. And in part of that process, they created a new curriculum that had a lot of quite innovative ideas. They use a lot of, for example, they use communicative language teaching approaches. And however, even though the ideas were well researched, well intentioned, it didn't have enough buy-in. So, and part of the process was through the reform of secondary education. You'd have a curriculum that was for all of the schools, and so you wouldn't have that differentiated curriculum. And also that you'd integrate some amount of vocational work in it. So it focused on career, language arts, math, and so on. And very, very forward thinking, but unfortunately, the traditional high schools did not buy into it. They said we have our own curriculum, so that's what we'll use. And also some of the secondary school teachers in the non-traditional high schools, they had challenges with it. So even though it's on the books, it still hasn't achieved its full purpose where you have what you call it now, uniform curriculum across all secondary schools in Jamaica. Anyway, after that long spiel, in the Rose Curriculum Guide, it says the aim of our language arts program is to add English, both oral and written, to the first language, not to substitute English for it. And that's very important. Unfortunately, well, I am going to actually email you. There's a great article, it's quite long, by Hazel Simmons MacDonald, which in a sense traces our attitudes towards Creole and English. And at one point in time, the focus in our teaching was on monolingual English. We ignored Creole completely. And so this, in 1998, is a big step to say, hey, we're going to add English to Creole, we're not going to substitute it. Now, there was a draft policy for language arts in 1996. And again, quite forward thinking, they have the language program of the school must carefully establish for students of any age a bridge between the first and subsequent language. First language being mother tongue Creole, subsequent language in this case being English. Language educators must be persuaded to value, not deplore, the fact that children enter the school fluent in their language. And I wanted to think and reflect on your own. I don't know if y'all are young enough to remember your early primary or infant primary school. Do you ever recall being free to speak your Creole in front of the teacher, or did you have a sense that I need to be speaking this other language? Can any of you share that? Can any of you remember?
Miss, for me, I don't think language was like a big thing when I went to primary school. I only became very aware of the distinction between English and Creole when I went to high school. When I went to high school, I had to talk only English. I was expected to speak only English. But when I went to primary school, we were allowed to express ourselves however we felt. And it was fun. It's funny, when I'm talking to my niece now, and when she goes to school, she speaks differently to me than she does when she's speaking to her sister.
Interesting, okay.
So I think it's a reaction. So I guess if my teacher was talking to me in a particular way, I would respond in a particular way. I don't know.
Right.
And
So how does your niece react? What language does your niece used to speak?
All right. At home, when she's with her mother and father, I think she watches all the Dora things, so she speaks.
American English?
No, she doesn't talk American English. I think she has more of a mesolect talk kind of thing. But the thing is, whenever she's talking to me, she adjusts so much, and I'm always, she code switches.
Okay. So she speaks more of a standard form to speak to you because I guess you are the teacher figure.
That's how you talk.
That's how I talk to her, and that's how she responds to me.
But it's the same. It's the same thing with my son and daycare. Whenever he goes to daycare and he comes home, it's a lot of miwa. You know, he talks like the children there, but as soon as he gets back home, he's going to say, I want this. So I don't know if they're too small to code switch, but they actually do it, because my son is only 2.
I think they realize that they're talking to a particular audience, and they adjust themselves as small as they are.
Yep.
And they know how to use language to communicate. Anyway, that's a whole other topic. But it's important because sometimes as adults, you know, especially when we're speaking to younger students, and even sometimes I realize that I do it. I might subconsciously give a look that says, say that differently. And so we have to be conscious as teachers not to deplore their home language, but to say, hey, can you say this this is another way to say it. And a good example was, I have a friend of mine who asked her son to spell the word mansion. And he spelled it M-A-N-S-H-A-N, mansion. And the mother very nicely said, listen to how you're spelling it. You're spelling it using the Jamaican pronunciation. I want you now to spell it using the English pronunciation. Listen carefully. Mansion. Right? And of course there's some other spelling rules to, you know, that whole digraph shun, right? The sh sound, sorry. But that is in one way where you're not deploring the home language, but you are facilitating this other language, this second language, English. All right, now there is a Jamaican language education policy. Any of you are familiar with it? Robin?
There is a.
Robin is not paying.
No man, I'm listening. No. I am listening to this.
He's multitasking.
I'm just multitasking.
He's multitasking. So are you familiar with the Jamaican language education policy?
I don't remember.
Yes. Dario?
Yes, I became aware of it last year, so I'm kind of.
All right. So there is a language education policy, and in it, Brian wrote the book. Beverly Bryan, the same major text that we're using, she wrote it. And in it, she uses a lot of the research work of Craig, Dennis Craig. And there's a lot of debate about the language issues in the Caribbean and in Jamaica. And what she does is to put forward Craig had 6 options, but for purposes of this PowerPoint, she only has 2. And so given the whole debate of, okay, how do we teach English in a Creole speaking environment, given the social, historical, and political implications and attitudes? And so the option was to choose between these 2. Right? There were 6, but they narrowed down to 2 eventually. So I want you to read carefully because there's a fine distinction. The last time I taught this, it took the students a while to figure it out. There's a fine distinction between the 2 options, right? So the first option is, while retaining standard Jamaican English as the official language, promote the acquisition of basic literacy in the early years, that's kindergarten to grade 3 I think, in the home language, and facilitate the development of English as a second language. My question, what does this mean? Translate this, break it down to mean actually what will happen in the classroom. What does this look like in the classroom?
Well, it seems to suggest one of the things that I've always held that English, Jamaican standard or standard Jamaican English should be taught in the classroom as a second language because it is not the language that children are socialized using for the most part. Most Jamaican children are not. So if you teach English language, standard Jamaican English as a second language, then of course students would be able to make a distinction between the language that they are socialized in as opposed to standard Jamaican English. So that is one of my.
Okay, so you're giving me a broad understanding, but I want you to, and maybe I'm not asking the right question. Given this option, in which language is the teacher teaching and the students learning? And what's happening with English? And what's happening with Creole? Who is talking what in this classroom, given this option? Okay, let me show you the second option and to see if you can see the distinction, and then the same questions. Maintain standard Jamaican English as official language, that's the same. And promote basic communication, it's a little different, through the oral use. Note oral use of the home language in the early years, example, K to 3, while facilitating the development of literacy in English. What is the difference between these 2 options? Here's the first one. And you can take little notes, you know. Option 1, option 2.
Miss, you email this down.
Huh?
You email this.
No, I didn't email this. I'm not leaving until you answer this one. I code switch
This,
there.
I think I know what one of them is saying. That
Okay.
it's basically saying that, I know
Which
one of the
one?
options,
Which
I can't see all of the page, so I'm not sure. Can you allow me to just like put it down a little smaller? It's too big.
It's too big.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing where you're seeing everything.
What? Alright, come on.
Put it back to over there.
Hold on.
Yeah, leave it now, see it there. Everything
Oh.
is, you're seeing everything now.
Alright.
While
While
retaining
retaining standard Jamaican English as official language, promote the acquisition of basic in the. Okay, I know what that one is saying.
It's saying,
Okay.
It's saying that you must teach, if the children come to you speaking Creole, you teach them using the language that they know.
Yes.
Yes? That's
This
what
is
it's
this
saying.
option, right? The first option.
Yes.
Right. They must
oh,
acquire.
facilitate the development
Of the second language.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
yeah.
because remember, some persons think that if you have a first language, if you are competent enough in your first language,
You will
then
automatically-
acquiring it would be easier.
True.
Right. So, in which language is learning taking place in this option?
It's taking
It depends.
From
Jamaican
from
Creole.
kindergarten to 3.
This is Jamaican Creole, right?
yes.
And to grade 3, they're acquiring basic literacy. Just the basics now, in the early years, in their home language, in Creole.
Yeah, in Creole.
And what is
yes.
the role of English? English is taught as a
A second language.
second language. All right, so
And
that's
so-
clear. Option 2, WJC did a nice interpretation of this. Mona Campus, option 2. What? Break it down for me. What language are we using to teach in this scenario? And what's the role of English?
Using the home language.
You're still using the home language, but look at that's
But you're teaching, it's like you're teaching both of them at the same time.
sort of, but not the language.
Communication.
Look at the word. There's a through the what use.
The oral use of it.
Oral use, and that's different from basic literacy, you know. Because basic literacy skill implies that you are, in a sense, reading in the home language and speaking in the home language. In this one, we're just talking about what's happening orally. Right? The speech between the students and the teachers in that basic communication. So if the child needs help or wants to go to the bathroom, Miss me want pee or whatever, you facilitate that, right? Whereas in the previous option, in a sense, it's a little bit more. What should be the word? The first option is what? What's the adjective I'm looking for? Versus the second option. The
More
first
flexible.
That's it.
The first option
Flexible.
is what?
We're saying a
The
little
first
bit more
option is more
flexible.
radical. The first option is much more radical. Because
Well,
go back to it. I want you to see it. Because it's important. Promote the acquisition of basic literacy. So perhaps learning to count from 1 to 10, learning to say my ABCs, and maybe learning certain sight words, certain basic words. That is going to be in Jamaican Creole, you know. Right. And from K to 3. And then you facilitate the development of English as a separate language. So you will have a separate English class where they're learning, right, standard English. And the assumption is, I guess, that in that class you're not speaking any Creole. But where you want them to learn the basics of reading and writing from kindergarten to grade 3, it is in Creole. So that's a much more radical option. Now the option that was chosen, right? Again, let me hear you paraphrase it, because I really want you to get it, you know. Paraphrase this option for me. Either Mona or WJC. What's happening in the classroom?
This is the first one or the second one?
This is the second option.
In the Jamaican classroom, I'm just saying, I don't know. In the Jamaican classroom, students will be taught how to use standard Jamaican English, but will also be allowed to communicate orally using their home language.
Yes, that's a good paraphrase. So you can communicate orally, but in Jamaican group, but we're not going to be writing it, right? And your development of literacy is in English. Your development of basic reading and writing skills, that's in English. But general or basic communication, that can be in Creole.
But I'm saying, why don't they just teach them both? Because if you're going to tell me that you're going to teach me how to write in standard Jamaican English, but I can't, but I'm allowed to use my mother tongue. I think the practice should not be only in terms of, this is why I had asked the original question about writing and speaking, because part of the second language acquisition is also being able to practice it orally, so it becomes a part of you, it's not just writing it.
Oh yes,
It's not just writing it. So you might write it, but you need to be constantly, just like if you're learning Spanish. In a Spanish class when you're being taught Spanish, you're not only being asked to write Spanish, you have to be practicing, and that's why there's an oral component, and the oral component is actually very important. If you fail the oral component, you actually don't get a grade.
Right, so explain to me, I understand what you're saying, but make the connection for me.
No, I'm saying that in this case, in relation to what if this is the policy, I'm saying that there seems to be somewhat of a contradiction, because you want the student should be taught in standard Jamaican English, but they are going to be allowed to speak using their home language. They need to. I'm saying they should be taught both of them.
Okay.
Prestige needs to be given also to Jamaican Creole, so that the student know if I'm being taught Spanish and English, then I know the distinction between Spanish and English.
Right, because you can not only hear it, but you can see it.
But you can see it. So if
print.
So if I'm being taught Jamaican Standard English, and I said these are the rules, and I'm being taught Jamaican Standard Creole, quote unquote, and these are the rules, then of course I can make a distinction.
Right. However, for political reasons, that was not the option chosen. Right? This is a much more conservative, the option that was eventually chosen is much more conservative. Right? It's middle of the road, saying, you know, and there's another article that I should send you. Both the two articles I'm going to send you are long, and therefore reference for you to scan, but these are important names. Roberts. I remember Roberts is the author. But he looks at what are the political implications if you want to go the route of reading and writing in Creole. He mentions, and even in the language education policy, if you're going to take on a full bilingual approach, there is the expense of, you're going to have to, of rewriting the textbooks. There are these costs, and there are also the attitudes. Right? So that's why the conservative option was chosen. Now, in this option, what you're looking at is transitional bilingualism. So that's one of the terms. So you're transitioning from one language to another over time. And in this case, the first language is used as an aid to the acquisition of English. This means that Jamaican Creole is used until the children are proficient enough in English for it to be used in all subjects. This allows for some continuing cognitive development as the child progresses through school. So, this is acknowledging a very important point in which Craig, and we're going to read it, that cognitive development is very important in a second language learning context. And the Craig article speaks to that. You all should have it, right? I know you have your copy. Regina and Deborah, can you put up your copies? I guess, put up your copies so that you can read them. I'm going to answer these questions as you're reading it. What I want you to read is from number 2, the first page, continuity in cognitive growth, all the way to, I'm going to be easy on you, all the way, oh no, so read all of number 2, point 2, which gives you to page 39. And I think we should stop. No, read from point 2 all the way to page 38 when, just before the bullet points. And we'll read the bullet points differently.
This is our paper?
Yes, it's your paper, you can mark on it. Alright, so the questions that you're going to be looking for are, what is the main constraint that schools which use English as a medium of instruction place on Creole, he has CIV, Creole influenced vernaculars, speakers, and provide evidence? Which factors, quote unquote, minimize later educational achievement?
Your other quote is missing.
Yeah, the other quote, I just saw it. What are the 2 challenges of bidialectal programs for vernacular speakers? Number 4. And then we together will summarize the 5 principles. So take 15 minutes to read, and as you're reading, think of these 3 questions.
Miss? Miss? She's not hearing. You can't get it off.
Alright, are you finished reading?
Miss, problem.
Yeah.
There is a message across the screen, something about Windows
Okay.
has detected. Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Are you finished, Robin?
Almost.
Okay, are you finished? Alright. Let us start. Number one, there are 3 questions, and each of you will respond to one. You can choose which one you respond to, and the 4th question you'll kind of do together. So, who is going to respond to question 1?
Let me try.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. The main constraint that schools which use English as the medium of instruction place on CIV speakers. Alright. The CIV speakers are limited as to the purposes and space wherein they can use their first language. I was looking at, it wasn't supposed to be coming from the reading, right? The examples.
Yes.
That's the question. Yeah?
Everything comes from the reading. When I give a text, I expect you to read the text
Read text.
and
Alright, so
find evidence from the text.
okay. So they will use their first language when they're at least they're expected to use their first language at home and outside of the classroom. But they're expected to use English language when they come inside.
Yes. That's part of the answer, but not the complete answer. It's a question asking.
What's the question asking?
Yes, what is the question asking?
What restrictions, what limitations these speakers face when they enter a space that English is the medium through which they are taught or expected
Right.
to.
Right. So when a student who is a Creole speaking student, that's their home language, they come into a school where English, they're being taught their ABCs, their pronouns, whatever parts of speech in English. Everything is in English, their math, geography. What is the main constraint for that child based on evidence from the text? What does the text suggest? And by the way, this is just a good example. I like close reading of a text. Right? So read and understand what you have in front of you before you go outside. So what's the evidence in the text? What's the constraint that he elaborates on, and where is that found in the text? Find me the textual evidence.
The limitation. It's right here in this paragraph. The natural matching progression.
The stimulation with schooling ought to give all children for continued growth in their home language. That's the part of it. And the continue. Miss?
No, I'm not hearing it so clearly, Regina.
No, I'm reading the section that says, where is it? Where is it? The stimulation with schooling ought to give all children for continued growth in their home language, and the cognitive accompaniments of such growth fail to materialize.
So it's curtailed, it's limited.
It's basically, it's
Right.
hard.
Mhm.
Yeah. So what I'm getting.
So what is the major constraint? What is the term? What's happening to their growth?
It's been stifled, I don't know.
And what growth are we talking about?
The language development.
Developing,
No, more than that.
cognitive.
What cognitive?
Cognitive development.
He says it, you know, and he spends a long time elaborating. The cognitive development of the child suffers. Why is that so? That's the other part.
Because the school gives
Why?
them limited options. When they're at home, they're able to just use their home language to address many issues.
Right.
If they're hungry, but in the school setting, no, the school setting doesn't allow them to use the home language for those kinds of things. Everything now has to be done in the target language.
Right, precisely. So because they are faced with a language that they don't know, there are going to be gaps in their own development of basic things. Right? So whereas a child who comes from a home that in which you have standard English being spoken, and they go to school in which the medium of instruction is in English, that transition for them from home to school is easier. You know, I have a little friend of mine who is 3, and when he comes to my house, his grandma has to be telling him, this is what you say, this is not what you say. I mean, I respond to him in the language he speaks, but the fact that she has to tell him means he doesn't know. He does not know certain English structures. And it's not because he's not smart.
And
It's just a foreign language.
Why is she instructing him to
But
speak?
she's helping, that's another debate.
No, the reason I say it, is that it's like, I remember when I saw my sister years ago beating my nephew. You must learn to do this, and I said to her, you are not a trained teacher. You can't beat a child to learn because you don't know what you're doing. Nobody beat you to learn. I always tell them, do not do that. Leave it up to the teacher. You can play a role, but don't beat any child to learn anything.
No, you shouldn't beat any child to learn. Alright, so are we clear on that? That's the main cognitive constraint. Right? So you're teaching them something in math using English and the language that they don't know. And so they're not going to get it as well. Right? So the second question, which factors, quote, minimize later educational achievement? So who answered that first question, Regina? Or Dario?
Doesn't matter, let's, number
Okay.
2. Which factors minimize, okay. Yes, sir.
I'm still waiting. So either Robin or Western Campus Jamaica, you can answer. The exact quote is there, you know, so it's just for you to find that paragraph and kind of paraphrase or identify the list.
I see the exact quote. I'm just trying to put it in my words.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but it looks like the factor. Oh boy, how do I word this?
Limitation, structural control of his language.
It's that the children do. I don't know. I miss.
Okay, Robin, you want to go ahead number 2? Because we're here to help each other, but yeah, man, you.
I think when you said which factors, I don't know if that there are many factors being listed, but I think one of the major factors is the limitation in terms of the structural control of the target language, which therefore affects other elements in terms of like reading, comprehension, those kind of things. Because if they don't get a good, command of the structural control of the target language, then of course there's a ripple effect.
Right.
The ripple effect of not being able to write and read and comprehend and analyze and critically discuss in the target language.
Right. Because you're faced now, and that's part of the problem with the literacy. You're faced in a situation where you're giving them books to read that are in English, and cognitively they're kind of barely coming along, you know, hopping along. Some things they get it, other things are missed because of the whole language difference. And what happens is that they fail to acquire reading at a competent level, right? And now if you fail to grasp if your reading ability is not at a fairly high competent, is not highly competent, then you have problems in understanding the subject matter later on of numerous content. There are numerous subjects. Yes. So these problems accumulate over time.
Right.
So that's why they're not going away. So this is
why
key.
Primary education, that's why there needs to be quality in primary education. Because what happens, at the high school level, teachers are not really supposed to be teaching people how to read and write at high school level. They are not supposed to be doing that. So, and what happens is that those students come and they're frustrated and they themselves frustrate the system. So teachers, they're not interested because they can't understand. Why should I pay attention if I don't understand? So they just get trouble.
So there's that whole ripple effect. Regina, I know that's what you were thinking.
What happened?
It was. Yeah.
Just say yes, man.
It was.
What? Excuse me?
I said yes. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Brilliant. Good. Okay, the last part. What are the so because there's this problem of how do you help the students to, because there are two things happening. On the one hand, you're trying to allow the students to be literate in English, and on the other hand, there's content knowledge that children must learn, and it is in this English language. So two things. You want them to be able to read and write in English, and you want them to be able to understand the content of different subject matter. Now, because of the problem of our language situation, because they're not learning to read very well, they're not getting the content there, and you have all those ripple effects. There now have been programs, he describes them as bi-dialectal programs, right? But he mentions two challenges with these programs. What are the two challenges? Anybody? You answered the last question. Daria, I long to hear your voice.
It's true. She love to hear your voice.
Lord Jesus. Well, I just copy straight
Remember,
from
you're
the
being recorded.
Remember, we're being recorded.
Alright, I think one of the things if I'm
Okay, Robin will add one that will give Dario a chance to tell me the second challenge.
I think one of the challenges, if I'm interpreting this correctly, is that he's saying that for the home language there is no formalized structure, and that in and of itself becomes a problem, because if you go to have a bi-dialectal program, English language already has a formalized structure.
Right.
So we know what are subjects and verbs and concord and all of that. But how then do you address the Creole aspect of it, because there's no formalized structure? How do you spell certain words and
Right.
that kind of thing?
Right.
So I think that is one of the
Yes, so there's no structure pertaining to what do we do with the vernacular, right? What are the topics that we're going to discuss in the vernacular? What are the structures, right? So that's one of them. That wasn't there. And what's the second problem? You have to do a lot more well, I think you have to make an inference for the second one. But it starts off with the paragraph, later programs sought to correct the latter defect, but da-da-da-da-da. I'm waiting.
Yes, I'm still trying to wrap my head around what I'm seeing. So I'm...
Just tell me, give me an idea of what you're thinking. What your head is wrapped around.
What my head is wrapping around? I'm thinking more of the interference when persons are... Sorry.
Are you at the same paragraph that I'm reading? Later programs sought to correct the latter defect. That answers the second part. That's the second problem with these bidialectal programs.
Yes, I was down to the latter part of that paragraph. And I'm thinking that, Miss, I just need to see the question so I can formulate. The thing is that.
Yes. What are the two challenges of bidialectal programs for vernacular speakers? So the first challenge is that there's no formal syllabus for what do we teach within the vernacular. What are the topics and structures we're going to teach? And what's the second one? It has to do with an approach, communicative language teaching approach.
Well, it is the interference of the home language, well, English language. Persons have a way of whenever you're questioned in English, they have a way of using their more comfortable tongue to express themselves. So I'm thinking about that.
You hit the nail on the head. You're wrapping around the right thing, right? So that point, I mean, and this is a little harder because you have to understand communicative language teaching approach. That approach, and that approach basically says we use language to communicate. And what happens in that class is that you have a lot of activities in which students speak to each other, a lot of group activities. And he says that, well, he's giving a criticism of that approach. He says, hey, that was fashionable at one point, but within our Creole language speaking context, the problem with those CLT approaches, the problem is that you have a situation where you give students an assignment, discuss this topic, right? And guess what language they choose? As you rightfully said, the language that they're most comfortable with. So you don't have the reinforcement of the target language within CLT approaches, all right? So now he summarizes, so very good. Craig is not easy to read. I should have told you that from before. No, he comes up with, and just because of time, he comes up with 5 principles, right? General principles to guide his kind of school program, which will both help to continue the cognitive development of the student, and at the same time I guess, honoring the vernacular, right? The Creole influence vernacular. So the first one, that first bullet, is that you want to have that one, the child must become free to communicate in his or her home language. And I think all of us probably have done that, right? The second principle is that you want to now have different sessions, separate sessions for English and vernacular. So there's no mixing, right? You have your English period and you have your vernacular period. Then the other thing is that the third point, there should be a syllabus detailing the content of the free talk. And during the free talk, that is when the children are allowed to freely speak in the language that they're comfortable, which is their home language, and in this case, Creole, right? So you detail what are the topics that we're going to use for the free talk session. And then, pardon me, man. Can we stop the recording for a little bit? My throat. I'm going to take a break. We are going to take a break. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Okay.
The recording has been stopped. When you're ready, just tell us again and we'll start it back.
Don't use that red skin thing anymore. I'm not comfortable with it. Don't say this word because I don't like it. I'm honest. I don't want to hear this. Every one of these groups has the absolute right to say, this has been harmful, this has hurt my parents, this has hurt my grandparents, and don't use it anymore, or you're going to hear it, or use it, and don't be surprised if people are offended. Business. We'll all stop talking. Everybody's offended all the time. Fighting Irish to the residents, everybody. Hey, me, I'm like a true white guy, because if you don't mean it in a bad way,
was on mute. Oh, Regina Dario.
Yes, you're here.
Okay. So maybe you are. Did you ever leave the classroom?
If we got a... Can you repeat, miss?
Don't worry. Give me 3 minutes. I need to give me 3 minutes.
Okay, miss.
Orange.
Alright, let us finish up. We're going to finish up this PowerPoint. We only have 3 more slides, and then we'll move on to another segment of today's session. Alright, so we finished, Craig? No, we're on the last 2 points. So the second point, okay, can you paraphrase the 3 points?
Did we do that already, miss?
I did that already. Can you just summarize those 3 bullet points, the 5 bullet points, and I went through 3. So I just want you to, I want to get feedback to see if you understand the 3 points that I just summarized.
You mean the bullet points that you asked us of us?
Right, 5 principles that Craig mentions on pages 38 to 39.
Oh.
There are some bullet points in
Oh,
the
you mean, okay.
article. Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Getting back.
Ah, yes. So what's the first point that he makes?
First one?
Yes.
Yes.
What I wrote was speaking vernacular in school at an early age should be promoted. That's what I got from
Right.
the first one.
Okay, so they should be allowed, encouraged to communicate freely in their home language. Second point.
Should be given the chance to express themselves in a vernacular. It should be timetabled.
Okay, so
they
you should
need to
have different, the important is separate sessions for English and free talk
for
sessions.
vernacular and for English, yeah.
Right. And the third one?
A syllabus should be created read students expressing themselves in the vernacular, and this should help to develop them holistically.
Right, cognitively. Okay. The last two is that he says inputs from the free talk now should influence the content of your English language and literacy sessions. So you use the free talk content to now transition to the target language, right? And so you might do English sentence construction using the writing or the topic that the students spoke about in their free talk. And then the final one is that at the older primary level now, let me ask Robin to summarize the final one. Because that's right up your alley. Because I think we do part of the, anyway, let me be quiet.
This is the final bullet point?
Final bullet point. It's all on one page, you know. Page 79.
39.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get back into it.
Trying to get back into school mode. Multitasking.
Is it? I'm guessing. Is it that you're going to allow up to the primary level, you allow the students to use vernacular, but of course it will be more structured.
Mm-hmm.
The use of the vernacular now will become far more structured, while at the same time they're developing their competence in the target language.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, right?
That's generally what we're speaking about. Specifically to this bullet point. Any of you have WJC, you have an opinion specific? You know, you're giving me what your students give you, right? You ask them a specific question and they give you generally. WJC.
Miss, you want Regina to do the fifth bullet?
What?
Yes, let me hear what you came up with the fifth bullet.
But okay, for the fifth bullet we had that at the primary level, the whole vernacular free talk thing should not stop until students' skills in English and literacy are as developed as they are in the vernacular. That's what I got from it. I'm not sure.
And then there's a second part. So you're onto something.
Okay.
You're onto something, because the other part, which is why I had to ask Robin to do it, is that the free talk now becomes a sub-unit under this topic called the vernacular in our lives. And that's very much like what's happening at what level? K? In what area?
Communication studies.
Communication studies, communication tasks. Right?
And that to me is late.
That is, but you see, because they've probably adopted Craig's later ideas, not the earlier ideas. So you see, it's the natural development that he is advocating, right? But of course, we haven't followed him wholeheartedly. Okay, but last thing, Robin, can you tell us an idea of what are some of the topics that they cover in the K communication task related to now the vernacular in our lives?
They look, for example, at part of what they look at is the etymology of language in the Caribbean. They look at the characteristics of Creole or Creole influence, Creole speaking languages. They look at the diverse language variation in the Caribbean. They look at register, the appropriate use of Jamaican Standard English as opposed to Jamaican Standard Creole. They look at attitudes to language, attitudes to English language or Jamaican Standard English, and attitudes as well as to Jamaican Creole. Part of what they do is to remove some of the stereotypes that are associated with the vernacular. You know, people who use the vernacular don't sound literate, and they try to move that away from it. They also incorporate Rasta English as another variant of English language in the Caribbean and
in Creole.
Creole, right, as a part. In other words, it becomes a kind of tentacle of Creole.
Yes, yes.
Right. That's about it. What they do, they encourage the students now to kind of write a creative piece using both. In other words, when you're telling a Caribbean story, you don't normally tell it in either straight standard English or even Jamaican standard Creole. It's normally a mix.
Yes.
Right,
yes.
and then the students now have to justify why they use Baselect as opposed to Me-select as opposed to Acollect, things like that.
Okay.
Right.
So you see how they're following some of Craig's ideas, but not the earlier parts. Okay? Alright, so what are the implications for us as teachers? The expectation is that teachers should have knowledge of both English and Jamaican Creole and should understand literacy acquisition in a Creole speaking environment. And this is in a sense what this course is about, right? So that's the end of that slide.
Is he going to put these up on Orville?
Yes, I need to.
I'm actually on Orville.
Okay, you can get on RVLE.
No, they gave us the login enrollment key.
Okay.
So we can access Orville. I'm not sure.
Okay, Daria and Regina, can you access RVLE?
I haven't tried lately, but the last time I tried, I could not get on. But we got that key. Is it also for this course?
No, it's for the other one.
Or is it just for the other course?
There's an enrollment key course. What they need to
It's a general key?
It's a general one?
No, there's a specific key. This course is EDLA5109, right?
Yes, yes.
So they just need, they need to have capital M. You can put capital M, capital E, colon D, underscore, and then they write the course code at the end, and they get that. That's the enrollment key.
Oh.
Alright.
You got that?
You got that, D?
Can you repeat
Yeah,
it?
yes, Miss. Okay.
You got it? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's good to know. So over the weekend, most likely Sunday, I will upload. Right. Now, this is something that we're just going to go through briefly because you all are teaching English and you know the features and the structure, right? But generally, one of the things as teachers of English within the Caribbean context, given our language situation, is our attitudes, right? And I have a list here of 5 attitudes. One of which is learning a language is a lifelong process since languages change, right? So you're always learning something new about a particular language. And that now, that's an important, if you see yourself as a lifelong learner of a language, then it should inculcate a curiosity to find out, I wonder what this word means, I wonder how come they used that part of speech here. And it should allow you also to, what's the word? We will come to that. It's how you respond when people make errors. That's critical. An important attitude is to know, well, this is less of an attitude, but know the grammar rules of the target language that you're teaching. Okay? And then what's equally important is the communicative competence. It's one thing to know, and a lot of our schools do, you teach nouns for an entire 3 weeks, right? But you have not gone beyond that to say, okay, this is how we use language. This is why we write a persuasive piece. This is why we do that. You kind of bore them to death with the price of speech for, you know, how many weeks? 6 weeks. And you barely get them to the point where they're thinking through, okay, I'm writing this friendly letter. This is the type of language register I would use. Or I'm writing this business letter. This is the register of English that I would use. An important point is not to laugh at the errors or mistakes of others, because we also make errors and mistakes, right? So, and that's important for your students. If you have, like I had a situation like 2 semesters ago where I had a student who, her Creole, she transferred a lot of Creole pronunciations to English words. And students laughed. I didn't think it was funny at all, because you don't want to allow that student to become withdrawn. Right? So if she says, oh miss, the vision of the class is so and so, you might correct or you might let it slide depending on the student. I know for that particular student, I had to speak to her aside, right, because she made quite a number of those transfers. And to some extent, she was in the category where she thought she was speaking English, but with a very heavy Creole accent. And in a sense, for an English language teacher, that becomes problematic, you know. And the last thing, correct with care. So you have to know your students, right? Who you can, you know, you just say, no man, what is the pronunciation, or what should you say? And others who you have to speak to outside of the other students, right? Tools, very important. I think I'm speaking to the converted. This is important for especially when I teach this course to the undergraduate students. You as the English language instructor, you have to have certain tools, right? So when you go on practicum in after the summer, the September period, when your assessor comes, and this is even generally as an English language teacher, you should have your dictionary, your English language dictionary, and I brought mine to show off.
We don't have to have a dictionary, you have a phone that can go on.
Beautiful! I was getting there.
I don't want to know if you got a dictionary, man.
Oh yes. If you don't have the phone as yet. Right, but still, the point is, and you put that there, but you must have some kind of reference tools. One is a dictionary, and some grammar reference books. You can't be an English language teacher and you're at your home library. You don't have even one grammar book.
It's true.
Right? And then there are numerous online tools. So, 2 of my favorite grammar books. This one is my favorite. The Knots in English by Merle Hodge.
Is it good?
Yeah, and it has accents at the back.
Oh, that's
I always like it. I always like books with actors at the back. Why spend all this time thinking? No, but you can do an exercise, an activity, and just make a quick reference. But it's really good. Really good. And then, this is what I'm trying to read this one. It's kind of comical. It's Woe is I, the Grammaphob's Guide to Better English in Plain Language. And I just bought that out of curiosity. Right?
There's one that is good in America, English for Dummies.
Oh,
It's
English for
actually
Dummies.
good.
Okay.
I read it and it was really, really good. You just have to know the parts to say, oh, this is American Standard English and it's not
Okay.
African, but it's really good.
So there you go, another reference book, English for Dummies. Then one of my favorite online resources is chompchomp.com. Grammar by chompchomp, www. You know it?
No.
Chompchomp.com.
No, go right. Hold on, let me see. Right on there, right there.
What's great about this site is that so I see Derry and Regina writing, I think.
www.chomp
chomp CHOMP again, chompchomp.com. And it's called Grammar Bites. And it's really good because you have interactive exercises. So for example, supposing you want to know about subject-verb agreement, you can read the notes and then you can go and do the interactive exercises, and it tells you whether you're right or wrong, and an explanation is given for the answer. And then she has really some awesome prizes, online virtual prizes that you get. You can get a nice prize as a Cadillac car and all those kinds of things. It's kind of silly, but yet the content is accurate and good. And she also includes PowerPoint presentations. But so you, as an English language teacher, you have to become familiar with what are the online resources I can use, right? What are the reference books that I need to have that I can make reference to? Because guess what? We can't keep all the grammar rules in our heads. It's just not possible, right? So that's it. No, I'm not going to go into these different areas of grammar. But in terms of, or rather, you tell me, what are the common types of errors that your students make? And I want each of you to give me two challenges that your students have, but it must be different. Okay? So what are two either errors or areas of difficulty that your students make when writing or speaking in standard Jamaican English? That was not a rhetorical question.
I thought we were going to write them. I'm writing it before I read it. That's what we're doing.
Hey, and Robin is distracted.
No, I'm not. I'm actually signing for Chomp Chomp.
I know.
So I can tell you mine.
Over here.
I can tell you mine.
Okay, Dario 2, and remember you cannot, like one of those games, you cannot repeat the other person's
That's why I'm
response.
going first.
So you got good girl.
Alright, whenever my students when they're writing, the spelling part, my students still have a problem with the words as and has.
Yes, yes.
They have a problem with, that's what you were writing? They don't,
So that's one.
It doesn't matter how many times I pronounce the words, it doesn't matter what explanations I give, it doesn't matter what analogies I use, they still don't seem to be able to spell the words correctly. And then it's the same thing with R and or and all of those words. They still don't know the difference. And I just think it's because it's how they speak. In the same way, my students, instead of having have to, I off to go.
I off to go?
Yes, I off to go.
So they spell have as OFF?
Not off to. They don't have any accent. It's off.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes, and the words are, and for a long time I kept marking the books, and I kept wondering if they were trying to spell often. And then I looked at it and I said, but often wouldn't make any sense here. And I asked my brother, and he was the one to tell me that, look, it's supposed to be have to, but this person has off to, it's off to.
Oh,
So instead of saying I have to do this, they have I off to. So they have an expression.
Wow. Okay. That sounds like transference. Alright. So you gave us two examples within one specific category, that's spelling or mixing up, that's not the grammatical term, but mixing up words.
And then with subject-verb agreements, no, oh Lord. They have become their own teaching tools. They just write however they feel. No, well, I allow free expression. No regard for any subject-verb agreement.
Right.
So
and that's interesting. We'll discuss why. One reason why perhaps there is not that subject-verb agreement in their writing or speech. Okay, so you gave me 2, Dario. Who is going next?
Why is so nice? Okay. I have that they write the way they speak. For example, they leave off the H's, stuff like that. And it's the same thing with pronunciation. They put on the H where it's not supposed to go. They take it off when it's supposed to go there. So yeah, that's the first one. They write and pronounce the way they speak. And the other one is similar to hers. There is no regard for like homonyms. So like there and there, they just use whichever one they want to. Son and son, they just, I don't know if they're not thinking, because I think they know the difference between the two sons, but when they're writing, it's like they just write.
But then think about it from the perspective of a language issue. If you know French and French has these 2 words, like I think for me, the French word for I sounds very similar to air. And I just have a difficult time differentiating between the 2. And so sometimes I might say, oh, my eye is bothering me, and I insert the air word. And that's because I have not yet within the French language differentiated for myself the difference between the 2. So they do know, if you show them different objects of the male boy, son, and the sun in the sky, they know it, content-wise. But in terms of their own language ability, it's difficult for them to distinguish the 2 because they sound the same.
Miss, we have another one. Alright. For example, if I give them something to write, they'll start with a particular pronoun. So I'll give them, I remember Marty walked into the room and Marty looked at herself or something like that. By the end of the story or by the end of whatever they're writing, Marty is going to be transformed to the other gender. They never continue through with the pronouns that they start with. So it's she first, and then all of a sudden it moves to him.
But
and even her.
It's the same thing, because a friend of mine moved here from Kingston, and when we are talking, when she just moved here, she said that she wasn't sure if it's he or she. She said sometimes she's talking to us and she's wondering, when did the conversation change? Because she said that she realized that Montego Bay, girl, if you're having a regular patois conversation, a girl is him.
Yeah,
so I think that's
interesting.
Yeah,
and we're gonna look at that.
When she moved down here. So
we're gonna talk about that. A lot of what you're saying, we're gonna eventually talk about. Okay. Robin.
One of the biggest challenges I experience is students constantly writing fragments and run-on sentences. So they have a difficulty, they don't know when a complete thought has been expressed in standard English. Also to the use of the apostrophe. Sometimes I'm afraid to teach it. Because the moment you teach it, once there's an S at the end of a word, it needs an apostrophe.
Yes.
So I'm afraid to teach it sometimes. So those are 2 of my major challenges.
Okay, very interesting. So quite a number of the errors you are seeing are at Regina and Dario at the word, almost at the word level. right? And then what I'm hearing from Robin is that the sentence level now is also problematic. And then if you step further, even the whole writing extended text paragraphs, do you find your students having difficulty writing, you know, fairly comprehensive extended passages?
Mm-hmm.
So Robin says yes. Daria and Regina?
Yes,
so,
my students
yeah.
text me a lot. You are,
So,
I don't even know
all
what
right.
it is.
No, these are some of the problems that I picked up. The subject-verb agreement, especially with the third person singular. That's the one that always gets people in trouble. She walks to school. The past tense marker using ed, sometimes they just forget the ed, right? And there are reasons for that. And I have the apostrophe. The apostrophe either it's somehow misplaced, and even features within certain genre students don't, which goes to they're not able to understand sometimes even the basic 5-paragraph essay and how you go about writing that. Okay? Now, you all know the challenges, and definitely starting next week, we'll be looking at what are some, specifically, what are some strategies that we can use to help our students. Now, before we do that, and I'm glad we did it this way, I want us to now finally look at some Creole, sorry about that, some Creole features, because in some cases the errors, okay, rather than me saying, why, based on what we have covered so far, what are some reasons, 2 or 3, why students are making these types of errors? Think about somebody having a first language or a second language, right? Error analysis paper that Gavin summarized for us. Think about the Shields article. So what are some of the reasons why the students should be making these errors?
What are some?
I'm not sure that I think the system is mostly to be blamed, in the sense that I don't know that the students can be blamed per se for not learning or not having a high competence in the target language, because they come as a blank slate. I think sometimes teachers make certain assumptions that, you know, they must know this.
Okay.
Or they must know this, but we don't make those assumptions when we're teaching Spanish. We don't make any assumption at all when teaching Spanish. So they don't know anything about Spanish, so we're going to teach them everything. So
No, I'm going to redirect your response. This is something you have to, when I ask based on the reading, and one of the things you have to learn.
we like to challenge the reading. I like to challenge the reading.
Wait, hold on. First of all, close reading of the text and the information. There's a reason why I'm spending all this time right?
It is what it
So
says,
because your
regurgitate.
response is based on your background knowledge. I'm asking you, and this is in the test that you'll be given, based on the information that we have gone through so far, what are some possible reasons why the students could be making these mistakes? Remember the Shields article? We just read it when? Wednesday? Parts of it. And then remember the whole language acquisition. Gavin mentioned intralingual and interlingual errors.
It's the whole challenge. It's the whole challenge with the
Let me see if I make some
English
courses
It's the whole challenge with English being
The dominant
the
language.
dominant language and the whole It's like they can't make the transition, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, this thing.
Right, sort of. But think about it. I know it's a crash course. In the sense that, and maybe I shouldn't use this word because it's being recorded. Everything is condensed in a short space of time.
Because I'm just trying not to mix up both.
But I want you to think about interlingual types of errors, intralingual types of errors, and think of the Shields article and what she mentions about the teachers or the type, the model of English that some students are exposed to. And think about, therefore, based on those three factors I outlined, how will that influence the types of errors that students make?
It's about the rivalries also.
I just gave you the clue, interlingual and intralingual. Remember Gavin gave us the definite breakdown?
He was just babbling away, we didn't write anything.
He didn't write on anything.
He didn't get a chance to write.
Yes, it was 7 minutes. But let me do one. And then I'll leave you all to do the other two. But when we talk about intralingual errors, we're talking about intra meaning within. We're talking about errors that occur within the learning of a language. So, regardless of whether it's a native speaker acquiring his first language or a second language learner learning that same language, there are certain errors that are typical. So one of the things they say is that subject-verb agreement, even or say overgeneralization, means that overgeneralization, for example, of plural, adding s, is a developmental error. It's an intralingual error. Because my son will pluralize everything as s. The books, the sheeps, and I'm sure you see some of that in your students' work, right? Now, let's explore the interlingual errors. What would those be? Explain it in your own words.
Inter as in when they go out and they mix with other people. So, all right. So the speaker of one.
Wait, no. Let me correct. Inter meaning between.
Between.
Yes.
I was going to speak.
Robin is going to say something.
Is it errors that occur among the learning of a language, among the learners of a language?
No, intralingual is the errors that you make within learning that language, and the errors come from just the challenge of that language, right? Interlingual is between the two languages, the case in which there's transference, and you're transferring your knowledge of your own first language to that second language, and therefore you make certain errors. So in the case, the example that Regina Derio gave, you said, Regina, that they write the way they speak. So they add an H where an H doesn't belong, or they subtract an H where an H does belong, right? And that is interlingual because two languages, there is some influence of the first language onto the second language. And some errors occur. You can have an instance where the transfer is helpful, but that's positive transfer. But when the transfer results in an error, that's negative transfer. Okay, Shields. What did Shields say? Students are exposed to? I know you're tired.
Say that again. What was the question?
What did Shields? Remember we're looking at the different types of errors. And we said you have errors that are due to transfer, Creole transfers. You have errors that are due to just the difficulty of the English language and students, whether it's North American, white, North American, suburban children will make that errors, and similarly, a Jamaican Creole speaking child will make those same errors, right? And then Shields says that there are two models of English. And what's the implication now for students being exposed to a particular model of English? What does she say?
Is the roticity time now? I remember something about roticity. I'm not sure if this is where it goes.
It's like students are confused because they're...
I can chat more confused, man.
No, but I really think they are not. There is standard Jamaican English. There's a North American English.
Robert, you don't remember? Gavin, I mean...
What's the question again?
Right, remember with the Shields, what are the two models of English that she's saying is occurring in Jamaica? What are the two models that we have operating in Jamaica of English? You have the native and near native, and then the
standard and near standard, or avowed standard, or something like that.
adaptive. Right. So you have native and near native model of English, but you also have the adopted model of English. And what she's saying, her argument, what is her argument in terms of, okay, let me put this another way. What happens to the language production, whether in speech or writing, of a child who is exposed through school to a teacher who uses the adaptive model of English? What can occur?
What can occur?
The children themselves.
Again, I don't know.
The
It's
adults-
as though they would be getting the language from a second person or a second-hand source.
If that the teacher,
They are not
they are
native
not native
speakers.
speakers, so.
No, you're speaking very softly.
We're trying to discuss. What was I saying? The teacher. We're saying that if it is that the teacher, it's as though the teacher would not be a native speaker. So as
Right,
it's as if
that's
the
what I'm
child is
saying.
getting
So,
Like a second, what would it call it now? It would be like,
a second language. So what would occur from that?
it's like,
Yes,
it's something like the bearer of the news does not really know the news. It sounds something along that line, so.
no, okay, you're going,
They're at an even greater disadvantage because, oh God, I don't know.
Well, they're not.
Okay,
They're not.
you try
As
now.
though they're not coming in contact.
all right, let me stop you. Let me stop you right now. what happens is that or Robin, would you like to add?
I don't remember if this is where they said that the child. There was something about interculturation. It's not you said so.
No, it's not there.
I don't remember.
Y'all are tired. It's Friday.
I can't remember.
Okay, what happens is that if you have a teacher, if the type of English that your Creole speaking student is exposed to is this adaptive kind where certain errors become normalized, then that is what the child will learn, and therefore certain errors become part and parcel of what students perceive as English, but it's incorrect.
Say it again.
So what happens? What Shields is arguing is that if a child is exposed to a teacher whose language skills are within the adaptive group of English speakers, and that teacher makes certain errors, those errors become normalized. So, for example, if you have a teacher that consistently says, one of the book is on the desk, or one of the book is on the decks, she believes she's speaking English.
My friends said that the word.
And the students pick that up, and for them, their understanding of English is that you can have one of the boy, but it should be one of the boys, right? And then desk is not pronounced. It's pronounced D-E-S-K. Chinese. So what happens is that errors become normalized because of the type of model of English that the students are exposed to. So is that clear? Any questions? Robin? Shelley's? No questions?
I'm actually writing down everything.
Oh.
It's test. It's like you were giving anything at the test, so I'm trying to make notes.
Rashida, there we go.
Yes, miss?
Yeah. Is it clear?
Yes, miss.
Yes,
I'm just
miss.
relating that. My friend from Kingston, the way you pronounce desk, just now, dex, that's how she speaks. And I don't know, the first time I heard her, because she transferred from Merle Grove when we were going to high school. And I mean, our high school, we were laughing, like, people really talk like that.
Get an F.
Like, seriously.
If you go and look on the desk.
It's, I don't know, my friend from
Okay,
Kingston.
part and parcel of what you're saying. All right. So, what we are going to look at now, quickly, hopefully we can end a little early, but is look at what are some of the features of Creole, and you'll be familiar with these. Hopefully we can go through them quickly, and therefore, depending on those features, those could be problematic for the students, right? And we'll see how. Okay. All right. So.
I want you to ask a question.
Yes.
I don't even know if this. I'm trying to see if the question in my head makes sense. What if a student does not make vernacular related errors, but still has a challenge in terms of writing in the target language? So it's not that the errors being made are vernacular based, but the errors are really that the student does not get the concept or the concepts of the target language, subject verb agreement, blah, 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 blah.
Well,
I'm wondering if the study done took that into consideration.
Which study?
It shields that in some instance, not all Jamaican students are having a challenge with the target language because of the vernacular influence, but because they themselves don't understand, outside of the vernacular, that the student might not understand the concepts of English language itself. That's the reason why I asked.
That's in a sense what she's arguing.
Oh, okay.
Her point, you know, she, in a sense, she says, okay, in the Jamaican situation, you have these two languages side by side, and her focus is, well, I am not looking at the errors in terms of Creole transference. I'm not looking at the errors in terms of what is the understanding of students of the English language.
Right.
And part of the problem, she says, is that teachers themselves, right, and people in professional
Have normalized errors.
have normalized certain errors. So certain errors just become, like violence.
Yeah, you hear violence a lot.
It's actually violence. But everybody from a doctor to a lawyer to a vendor, they might say violence. And guess what? It's because it has become normalized. And eventually students start writing VOILENCE. So that is what she's arguing. So it's kind of, so that's what makes her reading interesting. Because all along we keep on thinking, oh yes, it's Creole transference, that's why they're making mistakes. But she says, hey, there's another perspective. Right. So as students coming in Jamaica, into the classroom in Jamaica,
I'm not seeing anything.
you have students who will speak a variety, and we've been speaking about that, right? So I'm going to ask, who is my best Creole speaker?
Okay, right.
In this class right now?
Where?
I want you to read each bullet point. Is it Regina, Dario, Robin?
You see, the thing is, you know,
We're going to talk differently.
you see, the thing is, you know, I can always talk patois, but when it's up there to read, that's a problem.
No, I can't read.
Oh, you can read it?
Okay, so Dario can read it. Okay. So you might have a child who comes into your classroom and says, Dario, can you read that?
In Jamaican,
No, read it as it is.
she was eating her dinner.
Right, the next one.
She was eating her dinner.
Uh-huh.
She did eat in her dinner.
Eating, that is eating.
To I. She was eat her dinner. She did eat her dinner. Him did nyam him dinner. Him bend nyam him Him bend Him bend nyam. Because you know there's one that's missing because we wouldn't say him there, you know. Yes, that one.
Yes.
He bend the eating dinner.
And you see how the she got to eat.
But the Montego Bay one is missing, you know, because down here we put
when I eat
in Montego Bay we put there in everything.
Yeah.
So if I was saying that in Patois, I would probably say
In there.
we put there in
No, but
everything.
there is there.
There is up there.
Him bend and yam him dinner.
Well, the day is the last one. But we still need the bending.
We probably would say him did the eating dinner.
Yeah,
something like that. Don't this
Him did that eating dinner.
So you can see there are lots of variations of saying the same thing. Alright, so now you know the continuum. Acrolect, which is your standard English. Mesolect, somewhere varying between the standard and the Baselect, and the Baselect has a Creole features in which you have quite a lot of African influenced features, right? Now, we're going to look at 4 sets of differences relating to phonology, right? Phonological differences, so that's in pronunciation, morphology in terms of the inflection of words, syntactic structure, and I can't remember the other one, vocabulary. No, this is in English. Now in English you have a voiceless TH sound. If you hold you put your finger by your throat and you say the following words, you notice there's no vibration. So say thin, thick, thick, thousand.
Okay.
Versus say something like these, those. That's voiced, because you can hear that vibration, right?
Oh.
Did you get that, Dario?
Yes, miss.
Okay. Now, in Jamaican Creole, there's no V sound. What you have is a T sound, right? Me think saying gone. I want $1,000 me give. I think him gone to show. I thank God, and that's I thank God for he is Trinidadian Creole. Alright? So there's no TH sound in Creole, but we know that. Then, in Creole, we have the insertion of sometimes an extra vowel sound.
Vowel lengthening. Is it vowel lengthening? Patrick. As opposed
Yes,
to
that
Patrick.
it would be like the E instead of P. Yes. But this one is the insertion. So, for example, score, gold, gold, hole. That's off sound. Score, off, right. That's off sound. But then you have this, almost, I'm not so sure, let me not say diphthong. But you have this insertion of a sound. U-O. So, him score. Yes, kind of a lengthening. Him score one wicked goal. we live right behind Mona High School, and the Mona High School track team, when they are a football team, when they try to cheer each other on, they say Mona. They don't say Mona, Mona. They add that extra vowel sound, right? Okay. Then you have the ER sound, and my son always does this. Mother, father, water, right? That ER sound, that sound, is rendered as ah.
In standard English.
Instead of no, in Creole.
No, but in standard English you don't. It's not mother. It's
Right,
not
right.
father
You
or
don't know,
water.
but it's a schwa sound. It's a gentler sound.
I know
right?
the schwa is.
Water.
I'm doing voice and speech in every sound. Know the schwa
Okay,
sound.
water. It's not water.
Yeah, it's
if
not
you
water
want
and
to
mother and father.
No, this is an example of an adaptive speaker of English. If you're trying to hypercorrect, meaning that you're not only correct, but you're trying to emphasize that you know. Right? So you say, the water is very...
And some primary school teacher, that's how they're talking about.
That's
exactly how they talk.
And now you say why the students talk that way.
Right.
Because that's their understanding of what English sounds like. Right? So, but in the Creole, so not hypercorrection, but in the Creole, mother, water. My son said what? Mommy, I want some water.
Water.
That's what he says, right? He hasn't gone to water. Water.
How is the word pronounced? Isn't it water?
Water, yes.
Exactly.
Alright.
So what happens to the
And Dario, Regina was correcting your Creole because you're pronouncing the ing when no ing was there, because in Creole you don't have that sound. It's in.
In.
So you coming or you're not coming? Man in man. He going and he not going.
That's
Trinidadian. Yes. Yes. So no ing in that.
That's
right? And because of these Creole features, you might. The point of this section is that some of the errors might occur in terms of spelling, right? Sometimes, not all the time, but in terms of spelling. So the TL sound, we don't have that. Instead, we have what? What's that sound? Instead of the TL, as in kettle, little. Right, little.
So we have little.
What's a little girl fickle?
Kettle. Buckle. Little.
Right. Okay. And this is the one that you have a change sound.
We have chalk, not prop.
Right, it's chalk.
Miss.
Trousers. And one that's not quite sure, but vision. Instead of vision.
Miss, the other day, The other day I was watching a little boy. I was invigilating a little boy, and he was trying to spell trap. He was trying to spell trap. So he go like, so I put THCHRAP.
But exactly, and that's the point that we're making. Because of certain Creole features, they're going to make certain spelling errors. And it's for us now as teachers to point out, okay, this in Creole is the CR sound, but in English there is another sound, TR, right? So, and that is sometimes very hard to get them to understand.
That's why you must teach them independent of each other.
Yes, there you can advocate for that. Okay, then you have the reversal of sounds, and we spoke about that. Desk becomes dex, and ask becomes ax.
Yeah.
And ax be nothing. And my favorite, flim.
Flim. Teachers say.
Yes, teachers say all the time. My cousin say it all the time. Them have him flim show at school. Oh well. Them have flim show at school.
At school, I have never seen school in patois spelled like that before.
Well, that's a proper one.
Yes,
Whoa.
This is the Jamaican language Cassidy system where it's very. I like it. Each sound has a particular
letter representation.
Set of letters, right? And it makes sense. School it has that long sound, so you have two vowels representing that long sound.
Which is reflecting the same kind of voice and speech kind of thing where you have this, in other words, you have sounds, because I'm learning now how to spell a word according to the sound, not according to how they spell it, but they spell it according to the sound. So like the schwa, I learned about the schwa and the one whole heap of.
The schwa is not my favorite sound. And this one, certificate. Instead of certificate. A reversal of sounds. And our favorite, violence.
Miss, you know what I think about the violence one? I don't know. I think people think it's maybe a little too broad for English. So they try to, again, hypercorrect.
I think so.
You know, they say that patois is kind of brawling. Some people say that.
Violence sounds.
Yeah. So when they say violence, it sounds very wise. Vile, wrong.
Actually,
could be.
It's wrong. You have to make it a little more smooth.
If you teach students about word value, it would not be violence, because violence would not mimic.
No, because it doesn't have the
right.
It has the stilted accent. Yes,
right, exactly.
Yeah.
So if you say violence, it actually doesn't sound violent, as you know, violence something bad.
It does sound bad. English speaker.
But this is why, because of these phonological differences, that's why we need teachers who can understand these distinctions. So you see the challenge you're faced with when a teacher herself says, and the vision today is that gets passed on.
I think part of the challenge is you have sometimes there are persons who are asked to teach English language who are not competent in it at all. Sometimes they don't even have a degree in anything relating to English language.
No, yes.
And that's a major challenge. I know of a case where somebody has a degree in IR. And the HOD said, well, send him go teach maths then. If you think that you can employ him to teach English because he has a degree in IR, send him go teach maths. In other words, you would never send him go teach maths because that's all he needs to know this and do that.
Yes,
but anybody can teach English language.
Yes, and that's definitely a common thought that anybody can teach English because of course we're an English speaking country. That's the perception. But we're trying to interrogate that notion here. Alright, in terms of morphological differences now, and morphology has to do with the structure of the word itself, like how it's inflected but to show time and plural and all those sorts of things. In the present tense, English has two forms of the present tense, right? So, I walk, no S on it, but she walks to school. You have that S. So there are two forms to signal the present tense. Now, in Jamaican Creole represents present tense with one form.
Absence of the copula.
Yes. Well, it's not. It's
No,
a
no.
little more than that.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that. Can somebody read this for me, please? Let me hear Robin. Since he said he's a Creole speaker.
No, I never said this. I'm not very good at this. Me talk, you talk, him talk. What? Mary talk.
Mary talk.
Mary talk. We talk. Unu talk. Them talk. The boy them talk.
Right. So in all of these, there's no S. You would not hear an English Creole speaker saying, where's the third person?
Talks.
Mary talks.
Yeah.
You're not going to hear that. And so this could be one of the reasons why subject-verb agreement is so tricky and so sticky and it's problematic, right? But in addition to that, it's one of the features of learning English that's difficult for anybody learning English. That subject-verb agreement. So it's not just relegated to Creole interference. Then past time. In standard English, you use ED to represent past time. Jamaican Creole does not have the verb for past time. Seem over there, so what?
Yes.
Me seem over there, so I'm clear.
Clear.
Me seem over there, so I'm clear yesterday.
Yes.
Clear. Yes.
See more what is that play yesterday? Clear. P-L-E-I-E. Clear.
Jamaican Creole uses other ways of marking time. How does JC use? What are the ways in which you show past time in Jamaican?
When did it?
But even in this, the first one, miss, it doesn't. In the Creole, it does. Me see more what they start playing. I mean, say past tense. I don't know. Sometimes that means it's still happening. You know. It can be
It can be continuous and it can mean habitually he played well. No.
So me see more what they start playing. So somebody say, where's John? Me see more what they start playing.
Right.
No, that one is not.
John is still over here.
Yes.
You know, no. Miss, I think where? Yeah.
Are indeed.
That's
yeah. Where over there so they play. That is past there. RD.
Hold on. The context.
No, you said did. Me can't say.
The context is enough to indicate past time. You see when you you see when you go to the yard? Yes,
you see when you go to the yard? Yes, me see him.
So the context of that, those two speakers will understand if they're talking about past tense, present tense, or whatever. Or adverbs of time indicate past time. Me telling yesterday, last week, 2 months back, Tuesday, I love that spelling of Tuesday. Tuesday, we go and market. And me buy me.
Market.
Exactly.
Market.
Me chat with him. Me
Go
walk till
market.
me tired.
Bye.
Right? So, Tuesday, and you know that Tuesday, you know, today would have been Wednesday. So, you know, say, if you say Tuesday, it was in the past.
I did it.
Right? And then this part is so, I really enjoy this part.
I like it.
So the pluperfect has to do with
problem is
a
there is
past time.
too many spelling for one word.
This is when you have the when and when. This is talking about a past event, but that happened even prior to the past event. So supposing you have a situation where she brushed her teeth and then went to bed. How does it work? I had an example here. I can't remember. They had turned off the light before the fire truck came. That had turned off. That would be the pluperfect. So you use to show the pluperfect, that's past tense. You use when. Then we go a market. Right? And present, them come, past, them come yesterday, and the pluperfect is them we come.
For the past.
I think she missed them wake up.
Do perfectly what again?
It's like the past of the past tense. It's like you're talking about a past tense, but something that happens even before that time.
That's referred to as a perfect tenses, where two events happen. Like it can be two events that take place in the past, but one happening
before the other.
Right.
And my favorite book here has it.
That's perfect tense.
Yeah.
Take your problem, you know.
What is the problem?
No, miss, sorry. No, I didn't even realize that was all.
Right, that was correct. Them were home, yes. Alright. Now, pluralization. So that's another inflectional ending, right?
This one is easy. You know exactly what we're saying.
Right.
This one has a...
Standard Jamaican English, you add S to the noun. Boys, cats, and some of them are funny, like sheep is sheep and fish, fish.
And
Jamaican pronouns are unmarked from number. 1 man, 2 man,
2 man,
3 man,
3 man,
4
20 100 man.
Exactly. You see, Creole doesn't waste time like English with adding this S or whatever.
Exactly.
I'm thinking about when S.
No wastage of letters.
This is the part of
They use them.
Yes, this is the part of Creole that I like. You see, English has too many variations. ES, S.
Can I tell you?
Change Y to I and ES. Just use them. Simple.
When simple.
Yeah, this is the part of it.
My children do this, and I have no waste of time. Start it all right away.
The English
The boys them. The boys them drop. Dead.
Exactly.
No.
There's
So
too many
boys,
variations in English
them
language.
and boys already plural. Have mercy, Lord.
Alright.
Miss, we're listening.
Yes, words which themselves indicate number are used. Enough mango. World of girl.
One heap.
I don't know if you're
World of girls.
Only don't remember that. Plenty fish. One heap of them. Why are you going to add the S? It already tells you that it's more than one. Okay? So a very efficient language. Right?
Probably more sophisticated than the one we are forced to learn.
Perhaps. Now syntactic differences that's having to do with the structure within your sentence, how you place the words and so on. Questions. What's the usual question format?
What
Okay, if
the
you have-
5 words?
In standard English, you just reverse the subject-verb order. She is here. Is she here? She was playing football. Did she play football? Right?
Yeah.
In Creole, how do you ask the question?
You there?
Miss, with our voice just inflex. We just have like a... She did
The
there.
voice steady, the tone of the
Yeah,
voice.
exactly.
You have to listen to the tone. Yes. The tone tells you whether it's a question or a statement.
Exactly. No need for wastage here. You just know by the tone. She there. She there. She there.
No, it's different. She there?
Yeah.
So they write the same way, no?
Lord have mercy.
Jesus help me.
Okay, intonation is sufficient for indicating a question, interrogatives. Negation. Standard Jamaican English places not before the word to be made negative. The pool is not open today. Right? In Jamaica, Creole, we use not. No. Them tired or them pretty, them not tired, them not pretty. Him skip school, him not skip school. Right? Favorite, absence of the copula. That is copula meaning the verb to be in this respect. And that's very important in English. Right? So, for example, in English, it's she's affable, meaning she's friendly. All you have to do in Creole, if you should language, she friendly. Right? It's assumed in Creole. They are walking, them walking. I am hot.
Is that me hot? Is that different interpretation?
No, that's funny though. Me hot? As in my hat at my head, or I'm a hot girl?
No, as in
No, hot.
just me hot as in I am
I'm hot.
No, I know a different story. We don't know which one. Context going to tell you which one that.
Yes. Okay, the last one we're going to use is real verbs. And I had mentioned that in the original, the first PowerPoint presentation. In standard Jamaican English or standard English, a conjunction must separate a list of verbs.
Oh, she skip and run and jump.
So you have she ran, comma, skip,
and
and
jump.
the conjunction jumps to school. Very interesting.
Run
A serial verb in Creole, you don't need all of that.
Peter run go tell her, say me want carry,
Right.
come good here.
Peter run go tell her. So you have those three verbs without any interjecting comma or conjunction. Run, go, tell. This one, which is always a tongue twister. Run, go take it, carry, go gear.
Run go
Right?
take it carry here.
Run, go, take, keep, well, that's a little introduction. Carry, go, gear. Yeah.
It takes too much.
All running, and that's definitely an African influence.
It flows naturally from your bowel.
Okay, now in Creole, in order to emphasize something, you have the repetition of
Yes.
parts. The emphasis, him lazy like, right? What a way the picture.
Good.
Bad.
It's called reduplication.
Reduplication.
Softly, toughy, money, sucky, all them words.
Yes. So now, what's the equivalent in standard English? What do we use for emphasis?
The
We
comparative.
use adverbs.
We use adverbs, right? Of manner to express. That was very good. Extremely helpful.
Say she won't. Risky.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Kind, you see, him kind. You're kind for two. Right? Now in terms of the lexicon, and this is the last of the four. And then we're going to have parts of an article to read by Pollard. And we're going to finish a little early today, it's Friday.
Amen.
I shouldn't say that, that's being recorded.
dictionary.
So in terms of the vocabulary,
Is we them and show it to
English pronouns. No. In standard English, you have different pronouns for the subject, for the object, for the possessive, right? Subject I, object me, possessive mine. Right? So we have that kind of fine variation. In Creole, it doesn't work that way. Again, very efficient. No need to waste words. So, Jamaican pronouns use the same pronouns as subject, object, and possessive.
Me give me data.
Give me
Me
data.
data.
Sorry.
Me data. Give me.
She give her a book. That's
She
our
give she book.
object
No one knows
pronoun
that.
and possessive pronoun.
In give we book. We give them book. Miss Regina is saying that if she were to write, that's the first.
If I was to write, I gave her books on my board. My students are going to raise their hand and say, Miss, you make a mistake. You have one word 2 times. I would not even try that at my school. No way. I would not try that at my school.
Which is good. We have to teach based on our context.
Yes, I would not try that because I know half the class would say I made a mistake. I have one word twice.
So these are some challenges. Then adjectives and adverbs. Now in standard English you make a distinction between adverbs and adjectives, and I don't know, it's so...
Adverbs and adjectives. It's actually not the...
They modify something.
Right.
Why have them separately? Anyway, so in English the dress is beautiful. In that case, beautiful is the adjective. She's beautifully dressed. Now is the adverb, right? It's describing how she's dressed.
I tell them adjective is noun or pronoun. Adverb is adverb, verb, or an adjective.
Right. In Creole, so her pronunciation is good, and a lot of people don't know the distinction, and I sometimes make this mistake too. She speaks well. That's the adverb. So the adjective is good, the adverb is well. In Jamaican Creole, the same form for the adjectives and adverbs. The frock pretty, she dressed pretty. I want good speech, she talk good. No need to have all of this different That's it. No, just quite efficient, right? And you get the meaning across. No, you have words with different meaning. Ignorant.
Yes, me ignorant for them.
No, you see, no, this is society.
Me ignorant, but
this is society. I blame for that one.
My bias is towards the Jamaican Creole meaning because I think it really captures.
Well, you have ignorant too in Creole, you know.
Ignorant?
Yes,
no, I've never heard that.
Yeah, I've heard ignorant. I heard it when I was in second year at UA.
So what does ignorant mean?
Yeah, the man said to me, the boy too ignorant. Even on the news, he wants to use people say ignorant.
I've never heard ignorant.
Language is always changing. So ignorant in terms of the English language. What does ignorant mean in terms of straight standard Jamaican English?
Not knowing.
Right, you just don't know. So she was ignorant of the start of the match.
Yeah, you're not knowledgeable.
She just didn't know when the match started. Oh, what is the Creole meaning? What does ignorant mean in Jamaican Creole?
Upset, but I have always wondered, how have they gotten ignorant to mean?
Big word.
How have we gotten ignorant to mean upset and vexed and all of that?
Oh, it's easy. You just need to have a 3-year-old child.
Me not get it because I don't see the connection.
Let me explain it to you.
Yes, miss.
You know how children throw tantrums at 2 and 3? And they roll on the ground and they fuss and whatever?
Yes, my son is 2. Yes, miss.
They behave that way because they don't know. Therefore, they're ignorant. When they get upset, it's because they're ignorant. So it makes perfect sense to me. I used to wonder like you, but when I had my son, the best way to describe when he's throwing a tantrum is ignorant. Because he doesn't know better because of his developmental age and stage. And therefore he reacts. That's how I interpret, that's how I think. Our Creole version of ignorant, the definition has, that's how I think it has derived. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but, oh boy.
If me ignore you, that means I'm usually vexed with you.
It's the same with dark. Because, well, I am so guilty of telling people that me dark bad.
You're dark.
Yeah.
Yes, that means you don't know.
Well, that's alright.
But when I tell people that I'm dark, when I tell people that you're dark, what does it mean?
Your favorite.
What does it mean, Robin, when people say you're dark?
Because I do it all the time. People upset me and leave me alone because they know say me dark bad enough.
Well, it means the Creole meaning of ignorant. The dark means I'm easily perturbed or
interesting. I thought dark means that you just don't, you're in the dark, you don't know.
Yeah,
you don't know the
that's one meaning, but there's another meaning to it. They're saying, I'm very tasty, whatever, so leave me alone.
right, there you go. It can have multiple meanings. Just like in English, a word can have multiple meanings, right?
Yeah. Synonym.
Okay,
Synonym.
favor. Say that, Father.
Favor.
To resemble, but favor has a very different meaning in English.
Favor.
This one I don't quite understand. Disadvantage.
Oh.
Yeah.
But
You know what? Disadvantage. You know what? But it does mean something very similar to the original, you know. It's just used bad.
Similar, but it just used different.
Differently. It's the.
So this is one where my husband and I have arguments. That in Jamaican Creole, your hand is here, your palm, and your arm, your hand. And in English, your hand is just this part. You have your foot. In Jamaican Creole, it's from your hip down to your toes. Your foot.
Yes.
And foot and leg, stomach. Stomach is anywhere from your chest down to your belly button. And in standard English, it's separated. Stomach is different from chest. Alright, so that is it. I did a shorter version of it. There's a longer version of it, but because of time. Alright, so because of those Creole features, you might find your students making spelling errors or not using past tense markers, because in Creole they don't use past tense markers, or not using adding the S to the third person singular for subject verb agreement, right? So, and using the word choice might be quite colorful, again, because there are different meanings for the same Creole versus English meanings of particular words. All right. Now, the last thing that we have to do today, and let me, where is the switch? I'm just trying to turn up the, sorry, where's the switch to allow?
It's on the switch screen up. No, yes, no sir.
On,
in
up?
the middle, in the middle.
In the middle. Screen up.
Yeah.
Alright. Now, what we're going to do, you can have this, you have to go, you're gonna have to fill in.
Kevin.
Yes. What music you listening to?
Michelle Williams Say Yes.
Are you hearing that? Okay, so we've looked at Creole features, we've looked at some English features in general, and now the last thing that we're going to do is we're going to look at very important critical reading for us. And this paper is good to read because it might be helpful in answering your midterm. But not to worry, on July 9th, our last session, I'm going to do some review and give an idea of the types of questions that you'll be asked and how you go about approaching those questions. Okay. All right? Why is it so dark at WJC?
Not on.
You don't have light?
Yeah, we do, but but that's funny. She says because I'm dark. Okay then.
Oh yes, yeah, much better.
Sit down.
Okay.
No, but that's what you said.
So I want you to get the Pollard article that I sent you today. Right, you have it in front of you?
Yeah, I have it.
All right. So the title of this article, and we're going to read similar to what we did yesterday on Monday. Just read certain paragraphs, right, and discuss. Code Switching and Code Mixing, Language in the Jamaican Classroom by Velma Pollard, and it's in the Caribbean Journal of Education. I want you to read only the second paragraph of the first page, and the question you must bear in mind as you read this is, how does Pollard characterize Jamaican speakers?
How does Pollard characterize Jamaican?
Let me know when you're finished reading, okay? Okay, it's really just one paragraph. You must be finished by now. Right, so indicate to me so I know when we don't have much time, you know. WJC, you finished?
Yes, we are, miss.
You say how I did that in Creole. I didn't say, are you finished? You finished?
We understood this. We understand this.
Sorry, excuse me?
We understand.
I know, but it's interesting. I did it without even realizing it. And then afterwards I realized, oh, look, here, I just code switch just like that.
Yes, good.
All right. How does Pollard characterize the Jamaican speaker?
Pollard.
And if you're going to say it in a hypercorrect way, it's Pollard, but it's Pollard.
I think I pronounced it.
Uh-huh.
But I can't pronounce it now. I'm thinking about it. Pollard thinks about, she says that the Jamaican speaker has the ability to code switch. She sees that person as, the Jamaican speaker as having more than one codes that they're able to manipulate.
And so there are very few Jamaicans who speak only English in their day-to-day.
Only English.
Right. Only, yeah. And conversely, there are Jamaican Creole speakers who will attempt in a formal situation to speak their best English, right? Okay. The second paragraph, starting this paper, just that very short paragraph. Where is this research taking place? And what is the unit of analysis? Same page, I have the paragraph after it. This paper looks at, so where is this research taking place and what's the unit of analysis?
Each community is same page?
Taking place and what, miss?
Jamaica.
Where is the research taking place? And what's the unit of analysis?
Class.
It is a very short paragraph.
Yeah, Jamaican.
Right, so where's the research taking place? Always start with the obvious, you know.
Jamaican class.
Jamaican classroom, right? Yeah. And this is just an aside. You have to, quite a number of my questions are very basic. And the answers are obviously there. And that's because if you get the very basic wrong, if you misinterpret a question, you get it wrong, then your whole line of reasoning is incorrect. So, it's a very simple question.
You know what this reminds me of? When I ask a simple question, like probably 1 and 1, and somebody said 2, and you say, you sure? Somebody said 4. Somebody said, I mean, not 1 and 1, but there's this level of uncertainty when the thing is too simple. I don't know why.
I know.
And that's what I said just now, because I was like, the Jamaican classroom. That's the answer.
Because it's important to start off with what is obvious and then you build complexity. Okay, so what's the unit of analysis?
Early childhood classroom.
What about the early childhood classroom?
She's looking at the activities of...
Initially I thought that was it, but it's yes and no, but it's the actual language that occurs within the classroom space. That's the unit. And the reason why I asked this question is because the unit of what was the unit of analysis of the Shields Broadband article? What was she investigating? She has had to do with 2 different models of English. I know, your brain is... Was the actual language use of...
English.
Actual language use in English of what kind of persons?
Oh, you mean the near native people?
Of professionals, lawyers, doctors, university lecturers, and
the
so on.
persons who think they are actually using that.
No, it's funny, it's the first time actually recalling this.
No,
I just remembered a while ago.
we did it.
I know, I'm saying I remember now.
Good. Alright, so it's important for us to look at so this is taking place, this research that Colin is doing now is in the classroom. Shields Broadband, what she did was to look at the actual language use, in particular the speaking of English in the public sphere by professionals, by people who you would assume would know English, right? And this now is in the classroom. Okay. Now, what I want you to read, the next part that I want you to read and discuss is on starting from page 11. That entire section called the bilingual student, an ideal, to the end of that section.
What's the question?
That's a good question. What is your focus? There are many questions here. Just jot them down. There are multiple questions I want you to think about as you're reading. One is, just list 2 linguistic profiles that she mentions in this section. That comes at the first paragraph. Who is the ideal Jamaican student? Obvious question. It's only 3 questions. What is the relationship between class and language? What does she say about class and language? Okay. So, first question, linguistic profiles. Just list 2. Who is the ideal Jamaican student? And what is the relationship between class and language?
So 2 linguistic profiles. The student might be bilingual or mono.
Okay, she gets very detailed. Looking for more detail, not just information from a background knowledge, but what is the evidence in the text to answer that question. Focus on the text. Okay, so take time to read. It takes you about like 7 minutes. Indicate to me when you're finished, please. Okay, who's finished?
Everybody registered. Everybody. You're in this area. I will wait. Is that what you did? Nobody else there, Brandy? Alright, well, stay there. I'm gonna try to sit there and turn right here there.
Which one are we doing again?
We're doing number 1.
Number 1, say.
Linguistics profile.
Oh, that was number 1.
Identify 2 because she has quite a few here. Are we ready to go?
Sure.
So what each person give me one linguistic profile of a student.
The child may learn or may know both the standard code and the Jamaican Creole, so that means the child is bilingual.
Okay.
The child may speak little English and a great deal of Jamaican Creole.
Okay, Dario, that's kind of the detail that I'm expecting. We know that they can speak both. That's general. I want you to get specific to what this article is saying. Okay? So, Robin?
Child may speak, may have a very good command of the target language, but he use little use of Creole.
Okay, so yeah, you have another child who has very good grasp of English language, but their Creole is quite limited.
Prep school picking.
Perhaps most likely going to a prep school. All right. And then, okay, good. Now, who is the ideal student for Pollard?
Bilingual student.
The bilingual student. And is this bilingual? What type of bilingual? Is it a bilingual where they speak very good English, but their Creole is conservative? What type of, what sense do you get from her writing about who is this ideal?
Yes.
The student who
qualified?
You know that I think I misinterpreted this question. I think you were asking that based on what we read, who would be the ideal Jamaican student based on all of that? How would we put it? I didn't know I was supposed to do, what he thinks. So I wrote who I thought Jamaica, the ideal student would be. So I'm
yes, man. That's the point that I've been trying to stress. You know, when I give you something to read, I want you to have a conversation with the text and try and understand what the author is trying to say before you bring in your own background knowledge. What is he or she? You're having this conversation and you're reading and they're talking to you, the author. So what is this author saying at this point in time? Who does she, Pollard, think is the ideal student? We know it's bilingual, but I want you to qualify it. What kind of bilingual she's talking about?
In my estimation, the student who is bilingual is the student who has great, who switches quite easily and knows when to do it. And she gives the example of the specific student when he was speaking to the teacher, he came very close to using the target language. But when he was actually speaking to his friend, he used the Jamaican Creole because the student understands the appropriateness of register.
Right. And not close to using the standard. He used the standard. No, miss, I'm still bright, but the shapes were blurred. Blurred is not, you don't have that term blurred. Maybe bright, maybe if you're talking about a standard C pronunciation, I'm still clever.
Right, because bright is
right? Right, but still, it's very well. And that's debatable, but no, miss, I'm still bright, but the shapes were blurred. Right? Versus, can somebody read this story to you what he said to his friend?
We always get more than you in a maths. A true teacher now draw the shape them good and we could make them out.
Right. So this is not a conservative Creole. So the bilingual student that Velma Pollard is saying, that ideal student as Robin summarized, is somebody who has great facility in both. So they not only like many of the prep school kids who simply understand the target language, but their Creole is stilted. But one who can do both, right? What is the relationship between class and language? Again, stick to the text. No, because what you all do is you bring a lot of general knowledge, background knowledge, and you don't have the conversation with the author.
Yes, it talks about prestige.
Your social class direct affects your language, or your language indicates your social class, basically. That's what I say. Or that's what I know about.
Yes. So the ability to use the right language in a given situation is the mark of a middle upper class person. You know when to use what language. So like a Carolyn Cooper, right? Language, you see, no, you can add. You see, you have to understand what the author is trying to say, and then you can add what you want to add to support. Think about it as a paragraph. Right? You give the interpretation of what the author says, and then you support it with details. So in this case, the inference that we can make is that language becomes a cultural capital. Right? Meaning that language, if I know standard English fairly well, again, language and identity, it can identify me as a particular class, right? The speaker now who attempts unsuccessfully to use English in a situation judged to be prestigious, not prestigious, is a figure of fun, both to those who can speak English and to those who cannot. So when you have somebody speaking English and they're making all these mistakes, people laugh at them. So our role as teachers now is how to support that student so that they can be confident wherever they go. We're going to end here.
Amen.
And I just want to recap what we did. So just as an introduction, we looked at the language situation in Cameroon, which is much more complex than ours. But there are so many similarities in terms of the language profile, right? Then we looked at what are the goals we have given our language situation. What do we want our students to be able to do in terms of English language and Creole? And we looked at CARICOM to the Jamaican language policy and the choice that has been made in that language policy. Then we read Craig, and Craig's big contribution is to bringing to the fore, bringing to our attention the cognitive needs of students as they are learning in school. And if you facilitate in the home language, that's good. Whereas if you don't facilitate that, that can lead to certain constraints and eventually to the child not reading well, and that has a ripple effect in terms of learning in the classroom. Then we looked at, well, given that, what does the teacher need to know? What are the teaching implications? And the teaching implication is that the teacher himself or herself, she or he has to know both the structures of Creole and the structures of English language. And then we went Pollard, because she now looks specifically at the classroom and advocates for this ideal Jamaican student who is fully bilingual, right? Next week, what we'll be doing next Wednesday is reading the last part of Pollard where she gives different activities, because we're moving now into the more practical aspects of the course.
I'll be grabbing you the names because we'll be marking.
Oh, okay. What time do you think you'll end up coming?
We're hoping to reach here by 5 o'clock.
5?
Yeah, work doesn't end until about 4:30.
Oh,
they're very serious about it.
All right, so have a great weekend. I'll send you some information, most likely by Sunday.
Yeah, put it on RVLE,
and maybe back on your homework. Yes.
Miss, the RBLE thing doesn't work.
Is there any way you can, I can't get onto that thing? Is there any way you can email it?
Yeah, man, I can email you the PowerPoint.
Okay, fast, because I can't get onto that thing.
No,
And Deborah, remember to call Miss Hill. Dario,
Sorry, Miss?
remember to call Miss Hill about the book.
I will.
Right. Okay, have a great weekend. Until
Thank you,
next
you too,
Wednesday.
Miss.